Hello, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. It is election night. Tuesday, March 3rd, we have primary elections happening in Texas. As you can see on the screen, we are watching the results come in. A pretty combative primary taking place right now between James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett. On the Republican side, there is also a pretty combative primary going on between Wesley Hunt, John Cornyn, and Ken Paxton. We'll see how that's shaking out right now. Looks like as of right now, with about 35% of the vote in, John Cornyn is in the lead. But again, we've got plenty of voting still left to go in this evening. Also, a note that's worth making here. The vote in Dallas County. Polls don't close until 9 p.m. local time in Dallas because a judge ordered Democratic primary in Dallas County to remain open until 9 p.m. The delay comes in response to hundreds of voters being turned away for going to the wrong location. So let's talk about this Democratic primary here, making sure that we have sound everywhere on every platform. Right now we are live on YouTube, Facebook, Substack, and Twitch. So thank you everybody for jumping on wherever you are watching. Okay, so let's jump back into the Democratic primary here. Right now, we've got just coming up on about 40% of the vote. Turn my audio up a little bit better. This should be better audio for those of you who are listening in. So we are about 50% of the vote. Please note that Jasmine Crockett's home county and probably her base of support is going to be in Dallas. That's where there's an extra hour. The polls are open for an extra hour before they have to be before they actually have to close. So there are still going to be a lot of votes outstanding. In fact, let's go and see what these outstanding votes look like right now. So you can see all of the major population centers still have a lot of outstanding ballots. Austin, San Antonio, Houston, Dallas. So those are going to be reporting now that it is 6 p.m. local time, 8 p.m. I'm sorry, 6 p.m. My time, local for me, and Pacific time, 8 p.m. in Texas. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, but somebody can check me here, I believe the polls close now. Okay, got some information here. Polls are closing at it looks like 9 p.m. Right now in El Paso and Hudspeth counties. Looks like they closed about an hour ago in other counties. To give folks an idea of what votes we should expect first, early voting, those will likely drop first, followed by election day ballots. But again, usually in a primary like usually in an election like this, we would expect early votes to skew Democratic, while election day votes skew more Republican. This is a primary, so there's no specific delineation between who benefits from early votes or election day votes. Something interesting about this race, though, and I'm going to go back to the Tallarico Crockett screen here. Let's refresh this. All right, again, we are at about 40% of the vote right now. So something interesting about this race is we should expect more Democratic primary voters than Republican primary voters. I don't know when the last time that happened was, but there is a world in which that is a harbinger of things to come, that as the result of depressed Republican turnout, thanks to Donald Trump's sagging performance, we're going to see lower turnout. We may very well see lower turnout, certainly in this primary cycle right here, but in the general election as well, which would mean that Democrats would be able to win statewide in Texas for the first time since 1994. So in my entire lifetime, I don't remember. I mean, I was alive in 94, barely, but I don't remember a Democratic elected statewide official, but we may be in a world where we're seeing that right now. And in fact, on that point of polling, we can see the approval and disapproval numbers of Donald Trump right now. This is roughly the worst of his second term. Depending on the polls, he has been somewhere in the ballpark of negative 60% disapproval, 55 to 60% disapproval. As you can see here, this is Decision Desk's average. We're seeing roughly 56% disapproval. And so those numbers are consistent with the polling that we're seeing everywhere right now, where Donald Trump's basically been underwater since about June of June of this past summer. So, and it's only gotten worse since the economy's continued to watch its performance decline, since, of course, the Epstein files has continued to weigh down on his approval, since now the war with Iran, despite him sweeping into office under this pretext of no new wars. So all of those things in conjunction continue to chip away at this idea that that Trump is going to retain his popularity. Let's go back and check out what the results are showing right now. All right, we are at 40%. James Tallarico continues to have a pretty commanding lead by 8 points. Again, let's take a look at where the votes are remaining right now. As we look at Dallas, the biggest vote share is in Dallas. So these are the numbers of the vote share remaining in this in different counties in this state. Dallas, of course, is where Jasmine Crockett's from, so that's going to be where she has the majority of her support. Here we go. Okay, so it's going to be a long slog now, but hopefully we get some numbers coming in. Let's see if I have any questions. I've been focused pretty heavily on this screen here and haven't looked at any of the chat. So let me head back to the chat. By the way, if anybody has any questions and you want to throw them in the chat, I can do my best to answer them. Just make sure to tag me so I can see the name there. And yes, for those asking, I am also watching the Republican primary. So let's see what that looks like right here. So here's something interesting about this primary. John Cornyn and Ken Paxton, obviously far and away the front runners here. I think as a Democrat, we always deal with this calculation because it's clear that Ken Paxton is the more extreme candidate here, probably easier to beat, also higher risk, because if we're in a situation where Ken Paxton wins, then you have probably the most corrupt, most MAGA senator that maybe in the country right out of Texas as the result of this primary. So there is a small part of me that's like, well, I want Ken Paxton to win because he is a more beatable candidate in the general, but also we're talking about Texas. And the notion that any Democratic win is going to be a sure thing in Texas is obviously, misguided. So you got to be careful trying to usher in people who are more extreme, and therefore less electable when you're talking about a state like Texas that hasn't elected a Democrat in 33 years or something like that. So 32 years. So that's the situation as it unfolds right now. Looking at about 43% of the vote reporting, Wesley Hunt doesn't seem to be anything of a threat to Cornyn or Paxton. But again, we have more than half of the votes still outstanding in the Republican primary right now. So remains to be seen who's going to emerge from this primary. Obviously, John Cornyn is the incumbent senator, and Ken Paxton is the embattled Texas official, and I believe the Attorney General, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just confirm that. Yes, Ken Paxton is the Attorney General. He's been Attorney General for about a decade now. I'm getting the question, what's the single biggest indicator tonight that midterms are on the right track? I'd say turnout numbers right now. The fact that right now we expect that this Democratic primary is going to have somewhere in the ballpark of 2.4 million voters, whereas the Republican primary in Texas is going to draw somewhere in the ballpark of 2.1 million voters. That is a good indicator that the enthusiasm is on the Democratic side, that turnout is depressed on the Republican side, and if we can kind of extrapolate these numbers into November, obviously that bodes well for Democrats. Let's go back and see what these numbers are looking like right now on the Democratic side. All right, we're roughly at the same point at which we were before. 40% of the vote reporting right now. I'm also going to be searching all the sites right now so that I can get any information as it breaks on Twitter, Threads, Blue Sky, whatever it may be. So I'm going to try to aggregate as much information as I can. Let's talk about what to expect after this. The way that it works in Texas is if no candidate exceeds the 50% threshold, so 50% plus one vote, that means it goes into a runoff. So the fact that there are only two candidates on the Democratic side, meaning James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett, who are serious contenders, Ahmad Hassan doesn't seem to be a serious contender, drawing about 10,000 votes versus the roughly million split between Tallarico and Crockett. What this will mean is that if we see a Democratic candidate finish the night with more than 50% of the vote, that's it. That is the nominee as we head toward midterms. But on the Republican side, and let me go to the Republican map. On the Republican side, since it's a little bit more crowded in that primary, it's going to be a lot more difficult with Wesley Hunt drawing over 13% of the vote right now for any candidate to break that 50% threshold, which means we go into a runoff, which means we will probably spend the next few months watching Ken Paxton and John Cornyn at each other's throats, not only driving down their own favorables as they jockey for position in this primary, but also spending money, burning cash that should be spent for the general. But should be spent for the general. We're talking Texas. They shouldn't be spending money anyway, because that should be a safe red seat for Republicans, but not in this environment, given how unfavorable Donald Trump's approval ratings are right now. But if we don't see a candidate exceed this 50% threshold in the Republican primary, that means they will continue on in a bruising runoff before we figure out who the nominee is for the actual nomination for the general election come November. So something to keep an eye on. The fact that they have three strong candidates in this primary actually is not just going to mean that there's going to be several more months of campaigning, but it's going to cost a lot more money that they're going to have to set on fire fighting amongst each other. While the Democrats are in a position where it's very likely we'll have a nominee after tonight, given what the numbers are looking like right now. I mean, even as of this very moment, 42% of the vote reporting, 53% to 45%. Highly unlikely that we're not going to have a winner on the Democratic side after this evening is up. Okay, so let's take a look in some of these areas where there is a heavy Latino population. It's expected in this race that Jasmine Crockett is going to overperform with black voters. It's expected that James Tallarico is going to overperform with white voters. The difference maker is going to be where Latino voters fall in this race. So let's go to Nueces County. All right, so I apologize if I'm mispronouncing anything. I am a New Jersey native who lives in California, so I'm going to do my best not to destroy the names of these counties out in Texas. But Nueces County, where Corpus Christi is located, that's a heavily Latino populated area. Right now, James Tallarico, with 2/3 of the vote in, is taking about 2/3 of the vote. So 63% of the vote is reporting, and he's got 62% of the vote to Jasmine Crockett's 36%. So that means that, if we can extrapolate some information from Corpus Christi area with a heavy Latino population, that suggests that James Tallarico is overperforming right now with a very critical Hispanic contingent. All right, back to statewide. Let's take a look at some of their own counties. So if we go to Dallas, well, it doesn't look like we have any numbers reporting yet from Dallas. As I mentioned before, for those voters who are in Dallas, a district judge has ordered the Democratic primary in that county to remain open, the polls to remain open until 9 p.m. That's in response to hundreds of voters being turned away for going to the wrong locations. So it looks like we don't have numbers from Dallas right now. Let's head over to Austin, which is, if I'm not mistaken, James Tallarico's home base. Let me confirm. I don't want to give any incorrect information here. So Travis County, that's Austin. Let's take a look at Travis County. James Tallarico has a commanding lead with about 2/3 of the vote in. This is his home county, so we expect an overperformance here, taking 3/4 of the vote here. And of course, let's go back to Nueces, which is where what we were talking about before. This county is significant because this has a heavy Latino population, and so we can infer a lot of information in terms of where Latino voters or how Latino voters are breaking. Right here, it looks like they're breaking 2-1 in Tallarico's favor, at least in this county in particular. Let's go back statewide. Still looking at about 42% of the vote reporting. James Tallarico has a pretty commanding lead of 8 points right now, but still plenty of ballots to be cast. Did Trump endorse any of the Republican candidates? I believe he endorsed all three, which is his way of basically not having to take any of the blame when someone inevitably loses. Although it was pretty funny because if I'm not mistaken, at the event that he did, which Also, if I'm not mistaken, that was in Nueces County, in Corpus Christi. He said that Ken Paxton and John Cornyn were running for Senate, and basically, again, did his thing where he endorsed all of them and then introduced Wesley Hunt, but didn't say that he was running for Senate. So I think he just like either forgot that Wesley Hunt was running for Senate, or that was his low key, like, passive aggressive way of basically withholding his endorsement from Wesley Hunt. By the way, I want to take the opportunity right now. If you haven't yet subscribed to this channel, please subscribe. If you're watching on Twitch, just follow. I don't want anybody to have to spend any money, but just subscribe or follow, whether you're watching on YouTube, Substack, Twitch, or Facebook. That's the best way to support my work. It's completely free, but a great way to follow more live streams like this one, or see interviews or breaking news content. So please go ahead and hit the subscribe button or the follow button, depending on which platform you're watching on. Let's take a look at the Republican primary for right now and see how that's going. All right. Almost half of the vote in right now, and the race is pretty tight. If I'm not mistaken, it's tightened up a little bit from before. Only 3 points separate John Cornyn and Ken Paxton. Again, as I was mentioning before, there is a part of me that says Ken Paxton will be the easier candidate to beat. There is also a part of me that says, this is Texas we're talking about, and you play with fire a little bit when you nominate the more extreme candidate in a state that has voted in the general election for Republican candidates every year since 1994. So, look, this is a good year to run as a Democrat. We're seeing overperformances, 12, 14, 16 points in certain districts. They're even as high as 30, 32, 33 points. Among Latino voters, we have seen swings upwards of 40 to 50 points. So certainly we're seeing shifting demographics compared to 2024. But with that said, it is still an uphill battle. Certainly not a sure thing when we're talking about Texas. So that's the situation right now with John Cornyn and Ken Paxton. Again, almost half of the vote in right now, and only about 3 points separating those two guys. And we are still looking at about an 8-point difference between James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett. If you're watching on YouTube, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start a poll for those who live in... you know what? Let's do everybody. Who do you support in Texas's Democratic primary? Jasmine Crockett, James Tallarico. If you're on YouTube, go ahead and vote in that poll. Be interesting to see what the breakdown is among those who are watching right now. Right now, VoteHub has a Texas Senate forecast, and Tallarico is winning the forecast right now pretty decisively. So he is the clear favorite as far as VoteHub is concerned to win this Texas Senate primary right now. Again, we are just shy of about half of the vote being in. Tallarico with an almost 100,000 vote margin. As soon as this race is called, of course, I'll make sure to bring that to you. Interestingly, the vote here in my own comment section on YouTube is pretty evenly split. Jasmine Crockett, 48%, James Tallarico, 52%. So not dissimilar to the breakdown in Texas. So we have a pretty representative sample right now. Let's take a look if we can take a little deep dive into some other heavily Hispanic areas right here. Pasadena. Let's see if we can find that. All right, so if we look at Harris County, parts of Harris County, heavily Latino as well. Pretty close. 8 points separating the two candidates here. Again, about less than 2/3 of the vote in right now. Let me go back to Corpus Christi area. Still looks the same as it was before. We've got about 2/3 of the vote in. James Tallarico taking 62% of the vote in heavily Hispanic Corpus Christi. This is the entire county, but contained within this county, of course, is Corpus Christi. So, and of course, we will take a look at some other counties along the border here. Small county, Kennedy. Looks like we just have a very small handful of votes in right now. If I'm not mistaken, is that 32? Yeah, that's barely any votes in right now. We're talking like not barely over 50 votes. So some counties still need a little bit of time to get these votes in. Here, let's go statewide again and see what we're looking at. All right. James Tallarico, looks like his margin has ticked up a little bit with 49% reporting. So we're almost at the halfway point, and Tallarico has almost a 9-point lead heading into half of the state reporting. Let's take a look at the Republican side. Just over half of the vote reporting, 51%, and John Cornyn retains a 3.2% lead over Ken Paxton. So still anybody's game. Let's see where I expect them to overperform. Cornyn's home county is Bihar, so let's take a look. I mean, with 2/3 of the vote reporting Cornyn's home county of Bihar, he's barely got a lead, 6 points over Ken Paxton. Ken Paxton's home county is Travis. So let's take a look at that. Looks like we don't have any reporting numbers yet. So when Travis County reports, that's going to be a big boon for Ken Paxton, because that is a major population center. Obviously, in terms of the votes remaining, we've got all the population centers: San Antonio, Houston, Austin, Dallas. So still a lot of voting to come. Let's head back to the Democratic side. We are moments away from being at the halfway point. James Tallarico has about 100,000 vote lead over Jasmine Crockett. Again, I want to talk about a runoff in just a moment. So right now, it looks like regardless of, wow, by the way, the poll on my YouTube channel, Who Do You Support in Texas's Democratic Primary, Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico, is at 50-50, a straight tie when it comes to both of these candidates. So it's actually nice to see a pretty even split, a pretty diverse audience here who's watching on YouTube. Okay, so let's talk about the prospect of a runoff. The way that Texas's primary works is if one candidate doesn't get above 50%, then it goes to a runoff. So you need 50% plus one vote to win outright in the primary and then get sent to the general election. Right now, because third-party candidate doesn't seem to be a player here, it looks like one candidate will probably take above 50%. Or, if it's super close, which it isn't right now, this is about a 9-point difference between the two candidates with about half of the votes reporting. If it's super close, we might be in a world where, that 1.2% from Hassan is enough to drop both candidates into like the 49.5 range. But right now, that's not the world that we're looking to be in. So if we see a result like this by the end of the night, or by the time it's called, then that means that that's it. We have a Democratic nominee who's going to go to the general election. But if you take a look at the Republican side, you will see that because Wesley Hunt is drawing 13% and John Cornyn and Ken Paxton are pretty deadlocked in the 40 to 43 range, right now this one looks like it could be headed toward a runoff, or virtually assured to be headed toward a runoff, which means we're going to see a bruising primary continue to be drawn out. We're going to see Republicans continue to spend money where Cornyn and Paxton engage in months more infighting, burn more cash that could have and should have been used for the general election or anything else in a primary that has already cost more than $100 million. So this is an extraordinarily expensive primary in Texas this year. A boatload of money has been set on fire, and it looks like more money is yet to be spent, given the fact that Ken Paxton and John Cornyn will very likely go to a runoff, given the fact that we're at 52% of the vote. They have been roughly deadlocked at 40 to 43% for the last half hour or so, and nothing seems to be giving given the fact that Wesley Hunt is taking 13% of the vote share. Let's go back to the Democratic primary. All right, still at 49%. James Tallarico beating his baseline a little bit in Behar County. So James Tallarico seems to be overperforming. Again, as I mentioned before, Vote Hub has James Tallarico as the heavy favorite right now, given the vote that we've seen thus far. NBC is estimating 2.44 million Democratic votes and 2.34 million Republican votes. So somebody had asked earlier, what is the what is it that gives me hope in this primary process? And it's that turnout seems to be stronger among Democrats than it is among Republicans. We're back to the statewide vote total. Again, 49% of the vote reporting right now. James Tallarico at 53.8%. Jasmine Crockett at 45.1%. So a pretty commanding lead for James Tallarico thus far. Okay, now I'm getting corrected on how I'm pronouncing all of them. Okay, so it's Bexar. Bexar is Bexar County. Here we go. I've also pronounced Nueces. Man. All right, I've definitely got Bexar County. And then Nueces, where Corpus Christi is where I need some help. Okay. Nueces County. Okay, Nueces. Thank you. Just like everybody giving me the phonetic pronunciation. All right. Here we go. Vote Hub's Wincast has James Tallarico so far with a it's forecasting a 55 to 43% margin where James Tallarico will win. But this is a projection, and of course we will continue to follow these numbers until we have a winner called. All right, let's take a look at the gubernatorial election. Let me see if we have anything called right now. All right, it looks like it's pretty much a done deal in the Democratic primary. Gina Hinojosa will very likely be the Democratic nominee. We've got almost half of the vote in right now, and then of course on the Republican side, it looks like Greg Abbott running away with it as well. And again, this is the primary. I do want to flag, it looks like we're getting some votes in from Dallas right now. Let's go to the Senate primary and see if the Republicans have reported anything from Dallas. Looks like Dallas has 2/3 of the vote in. Let's head over to the Democratic primary and see what Dallas is looking like there. Nothing reporting in Dallas. So still a lot of vote left to be counted. I presume the reason that this race hasn't been called with 50% of the vote reporting is because Jasmine Crockett is from Dallas, and so that's going to be a major portion of her vote share. Meanwhile, Travis County, where James Tallarico is from, falling overwhelmingly in his favor. Nueces County, about 2/3 of the vote reporting right now, 65%. James Tallarico is taking almost 2/3 of the vote as well. And then we have some smaller counties along the southeastern border of Texas, the Gulf border here. All right, let's go statewide again and see what it's looking like. Still at 49%, so it doesn't look like we've gotten any votes in the last little while. Let's see, I'm being asked about Williamson County. Let's take a look at how that's looking right now. Williamson has about 3/4 of the vote reporting and about 3/4 of that vote going for James Tallarico. So a strong performance here by Tallarico right now. Let's go back statewide. We're still almost 50% reporting. All right, we have some bad news for Republicans, and that is that Dave Wasserman has announced that he expects the Republican primary will indeed go to a runoff. What that means is neither one of these candidates will exceed the 50% or 50+1 vote threshold, which means that given the fact that Wesley Hunt was in there acting as a spoiler and prevented Paxton and Cornyn from reaching that 50% threshold to advance to the general election, we're now going to see a runoff. And that means that they are going to spend the next couple of months duking it out so that they can figure out who wins the runoff. And that runoff is going to cost millions more dollars that are going to be burned as these two Republican candidates continue to infight among each other. So that is some good news from a Democratic perspective to watch these two guys continue to duke it out. Also, let's see, Texas's 2nd congressional district. All right, let's head back to this Senate primary. And we'll take a look at the Democratic side. Okay, we're going to get there. Here we go. All right, we are officially at the 50% mark. 50% of the vote reporting. James Tallarico continues to hold a roughly 9-point lead over Jasmine Crockett. Right now, we don't have any races called as far as this Texas Senate primary on the Democratic side is concerned, but as soon as we do, I'll make sure that I bring it to you. I want to take this opportunity right now. If you're watching and you want to support my work, completely free to do so. Just make sure to subscribe if you're watching on YouTube, follow on Facebook or Twitch or Substack. Best way to support my work, completely free to do so. But again, really great way to support this live stream, so I appreciate it. Wow, interestingly, in Texas's 2nd congressional district, Dan Crenshaw is losing the Republican primary. You all probably know who Dan Crenshaw is. He is losing the Democratic primary right now, and in fact, Dave Wasserman has called that race, so it looks like Dan Crenshaw will not be in the next Congress. That's some pretty big news. Yeah, that race has been called. Texas's 2nd congressional district, the Republican primary, Dan Crenshaw loses to Steve Toth. All right, let's see. I'm being asked, is it Bowie County? I have a pretty impressive ability to be wrong on literally every single name. So if I say Bowie, it's probably Bowie. Doesn't look like any votes are reporting right now from Bowie County. All right, some good news from the Democratic Senate primary in North Carolina. So let's go ahead and check out that race. Michael Whatley has taken that race, but the news I was talking about was on the Democratic side, where Roy Cooper has officially taken that race. So the race will be Roy Cooper versus Michael Whatley, who is the RNC chair in the swing state of North Carolina as we head toward midterms. Roy Cooper, a very, very, very popular former governor of the state. Michael Whatley, again, the former RNC chair. So that's some good news that just broke out of North Carolina. That thing is a done deal. That primary is over. On the Democratic side in Arkansas, Hallie Schaffner will be the Democratic nominee. And let's see, on the Republican side, Tom Cotton, the incumbent senator. Let's see what it looks like in Mississippi. This is weird. It's just saying Democratic candidate. I'm not sure what that means. In any case, that's okay. Let's head over to Texas. We are at the halfway point. James Tallarico still has a pretty commanding 9-point lead over Jasmine Crockett. Doesn't look like we've gotten any new votes that have come in the last little bit. Remember, the polls in Dallas are closing in 14 minutes. Those polls are staying open a little bit later because hundreds of voters were reportedly turned away for going to the wrong location. So a judge ordered that the polls in Dallas stay open until 9 p.m. local time. You know, it's going to be interesting as we watch this race continue to play itself out. The concern among the Trump team, and they've been, or among Republicans more broadly, and they've been vocal about this, is a Tallarico-Paxton general election. And interestingly, if you look at the primary on the Republican side, that is going to a runoff, which means a lot of Republicans will likely start begging Donald Trump to endorse John Cornyn because Republicans will believe that he has a better chance of winning over Ken Paxton. But the difficult part is that Ken Paxton is more MAGA than John Cornyn. And so what does Trump do? Does he want to find the candidate who's more electable in the general, or does he want to find the candidate who is more of a diehard sycophant for him in the general? I think everybody here knows the answer to that question. So I doubt that we would see an endorsement for John Cornyn unless somebody really gets to Trump and starts sounding the alarm and says, we are going to lose these races if certain people get into office, or certain people advance to the general election, like, for example, Ken Paxton. So we'll see what happens on that front. But again, the bad news for Republicans here is that this race will go to a runoff, which means that it's going to be a few more months of campaigning, infighting, and spending money on the Republican side, whereas the Democratic primary is going to see a winner one way or the other tonight because the third candidate, Hassan, is just not making enough of a dent. So we are going to see somebody exceed that 50% threshold. And again, for those asking, the way to avoid a runoff in Texas is you have to get one vote more than 50%. Otherwise, it goes to a runoff. So what we're seeing right now is in the Democratic primary, we are seeing those numbers. We're seeing James Tallarico exceed that 50% margin. But on the Republican side, the highest margin is only 43% for John Cornyn. Let's see if we can get total vote numbers in North Carolina. So it looks like Roy Cooper, let's see, actually, if we can look at the total, is looking somewhere in the ballpark of 30, 45, 57, about 670,000 voters in the Democratic primary. Let's look at what the Republican primary looks like. So that was 670,000 on the Republican side. Whew, not even close. 450, 480, 520, 530. Looks like way less. 670 to 530, so roughly 140,000 voter difference between the two primaries. So that's not dissimilar to what we're seeing in Texas as well. These turnout numbers are pretty obvious in terms of their skew. Not too much movement in the Republican primary. Let's head over to the Democratic primary, see how James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett race is panning out. Still at 50%, with Tallarico holding a pretty commanding, nearly 9-point lead over Jasmine Crockett. But remember, if we go to Dallas County, no votes have been returned from Dallas County. We have 0% reporting. If we go to Travis County, which is James Tallarico's stronghold, we've got just under 2/3 of the vote reporting, and James Tallarico taking more than 3/4 of that vote. So still lots of voting left to be had, but I presume once we have those Dallas numbers in, the Jasmine Crockett number will catch up to James Tallarico a little bit. But I presume that's why we haven't seen that race get called, because we're waiting for some of these Dallas numbers to come in. And it looks like the polls are closing in Dallas at about 9 minutes from now. Oh, interesting. Wow. So we have some new news here. The Texas Supreme Court has blocked that Dallas judge's order to keep the polls open till 9, ordering that county to separate out the votes from people who were not in line at 7 p.m. That's not a final ruling. It's a temporary, it looks like maybe they issued a temporary restraining order. So now we're going to probably have a little bit of chaos in terms of what those results show. Ultimately, what's going to give us a clear answer is whether the results in Dallas between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. don't even exceed the threshold by which James Tallarico is winning right now. That would kind of render it moot, but a little bit of drama happening in Texas right now as the Supreme Court has blocked a lower court's ruling to keep the polls open till 9 p.m. So, of course, what is election night without a little bit of drama? None of the networks have called this primary yet. Vote Hub is reporting a 99% chance that James Tallarico wins the primary. I'm looking everywhere I can for any update on all the other social media platforms. So I'm trying to aggregate as much information as I can. Again, in Dan Crenshaw's district, his primary challenger has declared victory. So it looks like as Crenshaw continues to trail by double digits, that he will not be serving in the next Congress. Pretty surprising. Let's go to Houston. I'm being asked to see what Houston's looking like. So, all right, with about 61% of the vote reporting, Jasmine Crockett is taking about a 8-point lead over James Tallarico. So Crockett leads about 8 points over Tallarico in Harris County, and these are current numbers right now. Interestingly, Harris County is where Ahmad Hassan is from, and Ahmad Hassan's vote share in Harris County is less than their vote share in the rest of the state. I believe Hassan statewide is running 1.2%, and then, oh, did I go to Houston County instead of Harris County? Was that my mistake? I might have been at the wrong county. Hang on one second. No, I was okay. Houston is in Harris County. So yeah, running about 0.3 of a point less in their home county than statewide. So kind of an interesting little tidbit here. Okay, let's Y'all can ask me if you want to know specific counties. I'm going to try to do my best. I'm being asked to do Bell County. So let's take a look at what Bell County looks like right now. Bell County has Jasmine Crockett leading with about 2/3 of the vote and 2/3 of the vote reporting. So with 64% of the vote in, Jasmine Crockett has almost 66% of the vote. Tarrant County. Let's check out Tarrant County. Tarrant County, Jasmine Crockett is leading as well. We've got 63% of the vote reporting. Jasmine Crockett taking 55%, almost 56% of the vote there. So it looks like about a 13% lead by Jasmine Crockett. Am I doing that math right? No, I am. Yeah, I'm doing that math right. The most difficult part of these live streams with election results is having to do quick math. And like, we're not talking algebra. We are talking about subtraction. What is it? What do they say? I am a left brain person. Math was not my thing. I think I took one math class in college. Cheated my way through it. Okay. I'm getting asked for a lot of counties now. So let's do my best here to go through some of these counties. Love County, Galveston. All right, so let's check out Love County. I'm assuming that was Loving County. Loving County has half the vote in right now. Jasmine Crockett leading 60-40. Galveston has about 60% of the vote in. James Tallarico slightly edging out Jasmine Crockett by about less than 2 points, 1.7 points. Brazoria and Denton. Let's check out those two. Brazoria has no votes reporting yet. Denton has Tallarico winning 11 points right now with about 2/3 of the vote in. Let's go statewide and see if we have any update. We have a little bit of a tick upward. 51% of the vote reporting now, and James Tallarico still holding steady with a nearly 9-point lead. Let's take a look at the Republican primary in Texas. John Cornyn and Ken Paxton, 55% of the vote reporting right now, and unfortunately for them, there is still no movement closer to that 50% threshold, which means that we are looking very much like this thing is going to a runoff in Texas on the Republican side only. All right, so these are accurate numbers up to the minute. I feel like I should have like some music, some like high intensity music happening in the background so everybody's blood pressure can be as high as mine. And I'm not even talking about the election. I'm just talking about general anxiety. Just baseline waking up in the morning. Let's see if we have any updates. I have been, as I'm updating these numbers, I'm also looking online to see if we have any update as far as these races are concerned. Keep in mind too, this runoff primary in the Republican side, this is 3 months of infighting and spending money. 3 months. And I mentioned before, there is a world where the less electable candidate, Ken Paxton, who is closer aligned with Donald Trump than John Cornyn is, that whereas a lot of Republicans are going to ask Donald Trump to endorse John Cornyn, that Trump won't want to because he will want a more MAGA candidate, and that's what Ken Paxton is. And so what do you do if you're Donald Trump or the Republicans here? Do you take a bigger risk by throwing your weight behind somebody who's going to be more MAGA in a year where Democrats are overperforming 12, 14, 16 points? Or do you take the surer bet, the safer bet, John Cornyn, who is the incumbent right now, not mired in scandal, and basically, if you're Donald Trump, turn your back on the MAGA candidate? Not easy. Either way, this race is going to be very expensive because that means 3 more months of spending money so that they can resolve this runoff election. It is a good case scenario for Democrats, the best case scenario for Democrats. Some interesting news out of Arkansas. Democrat Alex Holliday has defeated Republican Bryce Renshaw in the Arkansas State House District 70. That's a special election. That is a flip. It's a 26-point Democratic overperformance, a Democratic flip. So some good news out of Arkansas, a state that we normally don't get good news from. All right, looks like we just got some more votes. Wow, James Tallarico widens his margin, and it looks like we still don't have votes out of Dallas. That's what's keeping Jasmine Crockett's numbers low. But we are now at, oh boy, a 54.1, 44.7, almost 10 points. Let's ignore the decimals and try to keep my brain from frying itself. 9.4. Maybe? 9.4% difference? Was it 8 points? No. 9.8? Who knows? Who knows? Let's see if we have any movement on the Republican side while we're watching these numbers tick up. Again, from Democrats' vantage, what they want to avoid is anywhere close to that 50% threshold to avoid a runoff. And right now, with 58% reporting, Cornyn is nowhere near that 58%, that 50% threshold that he needs. So still, as of right now, it looks like this Republican primary is going into a costly, protracted 3-month runoff. Let's continue to keep an eye on the 53% that's reporting right now out of Texas. Yes, I'll use and some change. I'm being told that I should invest in a calculator, but you know what? I think part of the charm, the relatability, is that I don't know how to add and subtract. So, YouTubers, we're just like you. All of my brain cells went to remembering who all of these members of Congress and senators are. That's where all the RAM went. Can I add or subtract? No. All right. Still no vote share in from Dallas. Watching right now, whether you're watching on Substack, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, if you're not yet subscribed, or if you're on Twitch following this channel, the best way to support my work is to follow or subscribe. Again, no need to pay for anything. Just following or subscribing is the best way to support my work. I'd really appreciate it. So if you're not yet doing so, just go ahead and hit that button. It's a pretty substantial difference that Jasmine Crockett has to make up. And in fact, if you look at the amount of votes that we expect out of Dallas, 272,000. And that's also her home county. So that's why we're not seeing anybody call it, because we have no votes. The biggest vote share remaining is Dallas, and that's going to be presumably heavily favoring Jasmine Crockett. We also have about 25,000 votes outstanding in El Paso, 78,000 out of Austin, San Antonio, Bexar County. We've got 56,000 votes remaining, and Houston got 134,000. So still lots of votes left to count. I mean, you can see right here on this screen, we're looking at 2, 3, 4. What is that? I can't. 2, 3, 4, 150, 550,000 votes still right there. So a lot of votes left to be counted right now. %53% of the vote in. We're still at roughly 10% separating these two candidates. Wow. Okay, we've got some big news here as far as the Senate primary is concerned in Texas. Dave Wasserman from Cook Political Report has announced that James Tallarico has won the Texas Senate Democratic primary. Decision Desk has not called this race. That's what these votes are from. And as far as I know, the networks have not called the race either. But I have not seen Dave Wasserman be wrong, and he has called this race for James Tallarico. So very, very, very newsy update here from Dave Wasserman. Again, I'm not going to call it because these results are Decision Desk, and that's who's sponsoring this broadcast. But Dave Wasserman has called this race in favor of James Tallarico. But I should note that we still do not have any results from Dallas. %55% of the vote in. James Tallarico continues to add to his vote total. He's now beating Jasmine Crockett by 10.3%. So a pretty substantial margin. Again, I want to go to the votes remaining. If you look at where the most votes are remaining, Dallas is the top of the list. That's also the county that Jasmine Crockett hails from. So her vote share is going to go up when those Dallas votes drop. A little bit of drama in Texas right now because a lower court judge had ruled that voters in Dallas had until 9 p.m. to cast their ballots because of issues with voters being able to find their polling places. The Texas Supreme Court has blocked that lower court's ruling. So now they're going to separate out ballots from voters who were not in line at 7 p.m., who came in line between 7 and 9 p.m. So those votes are going to be segregated out. It might not matter if the amount of votes that were segregated out doesn't exceed the number of votes that James Tallarico is beating Crockett by. So a little bit of math here that has to play itself out. Again, for those who are just joining, we have not gotten a race call from Decision Desk or the networks, but Dave Wasserman has called this race in favor of James Tallarico. So something to keep an eye on. I don't think I've seen Dave Wasserman get a race wrong. Also, some interesting news. Dan Crenshaw is out, has lost his Republican primary. So a rough night all around. Wow. All right, looks like we have some Dallas votes here. And as I thought, that will bring Jasmine Crockett's vote share higher. So these Dallas votes are breaking 60 to basically 61-38 in Jasmine Crockett's favor. We have 70% of the vote in, so a major vote vote share released in Dallas County, which is Jasmine Crockett's home county. It doesn't look likely, with 70% of the vote reporting, it doesn't look likely to be enough for her, considering even with that 70% vote haul in heavily Crockett-favored Dallas County, she's still trailing James Tallarico by 6 points statewide. So let's see if we have any calls from the networks now that we have an idea. Now that we have an idea of how those votes are breaking. All right, so some big, we have no calls from the networks thus far, other than Dave Wasserman, who has called this race for James Tallarico. Some other news for those who are following redistricting news: Roy Cooper has won the Democratic nomination for the Senate in North Carolina. Michael Whatley will be his Republican opponent. That's the RNC chair versus a former Democratic governor. So a big race in a swing state, North Carolina, as we head toward midterms. See if we have to refresh this. It's looking like with almost 2/3 of the vote reporting. Let's see if Dallas is still at 70%. Yep, Dallas is still at 70%. Let's check Austin, so Travis County. Austin is roughly at the same point, 64%. James Tallarico taking more than 3/4 of the vote share there. Let's see where the votes remaining are. Let's go Texas statewide and see where the votes remaining. So Houston is going to have the biggest vote share remaining. Dallas and Travis, interestingly, there's roughly the same amount of votes remaining in Dallas and Travis. Jasmine Crockett's vote share majority is going to come from Dallas. James Tallarico's is going to come from Travis. So she comes from Dallas. He comes from Travis. They have roughly the same amount of votes there. Right now, the votes are breaking more heavily for James Tallarico in Travis County than they're breaking for Jasmine Crockett in Dallas County. So that's a little bit of an advantage to James Tallarico, given the fact that roughly the same amount of votes are remaining in each of their respective home counties. Then if we go to Harris County, which is where the majority of the votes are remaining, out in Houston, Crockett has a roughly 8-point lead, but those votes are breaking 53-45 in her favor. I don't know that there are enough to compensate for the fact that Tallarico still has a 6-point lead statewide. That's roughly 100,000 votes. So even the advantage, if the Harris County votes continue to break this way, and there are 130,000, so, that's going to be, 10 or 20,000 more for Crockett than Tallarico. If you just add that to her statewide total, it's still not going to be enough to overcome the lead that James Tallarico has right now. So I can do some math. I just can't do subtraction, but I can do proportions. Let's see if we have any new news from the networks in terms of calling this race. Right now, Decision Desk has not called this race thus far. In fact, I don't have any calls from any of the networks, including the AP. trying to see if there's any new information here. Let me see if we can get an update. 64% right now. Looks like still a roughly 6-point overperformance. As long as James Tallarico exceeds that 50% threshold, there will be no runoff. You need to break 50% plus one vote to be declared the nominee for the Democratic Party tonight and go into the general election. If you look at what's happening on the Republican side, that ain't happening, which is why right now, Decision Desk has officially called this race going to a runoff. There will be no winner. This is a bad case scenario for Republicans, the worst case scenario for Republicans. As you see, John Cornyn and Ken Paxton, they are going to go advance to a runoff. That means 3 months of more infighting, more negative ads, more driving up the other one's unfavorables, and God knows how much money spent over the next 90 days as these two guys continue to duke it out while this runoff moves forward, because neither one of them hit that 50% threshold. So we have 3 months of a runoff right now. That is a done deal. Decision Desk has called it, so this thing is over, goes to a runoff. We're going to see the next 90 days, John Cornyn and Ken Paxton continue to duke it out. Let's go back to the Democratic side. 64% of the vote in. So we've got a pretty wide margin of votes left. Let's see the votes remaining here, where they are. Still no movement. The majority of the votes are in Harris County, so Houston. The next most are split between Dallas and Travis, which ironically enough are Dallas is where Jasmine Crockett's from. Travis County is where James Tallarico is from, or where they represent. They have roughly the same votes there. And then Tarrant County after that. Let's see how Tarrant County is breaking right now, just so we have an idea of what we should expect. Jasmine Crockett, slight favorite in Tarrant County, where we still have about a third of the votes waiting to be revealed, or to be counted, I should say. Doesn't look like we have any calls from any of the networks thus far. Do we have any? Let's see if we have any House races. No, it doesn't look like we have any House races that we can view from this map. But it looks like Colin Allred is leading the early vote, 46 against, is it Julie Johnson? I'm not sure who he's running against. I believe Julie Johnson. But in any case, Colin Allred seems to be winning thus far. James Tallarico with an almost 100,000 vote advantage. I will. I'm going to stay here and continue to host this as soon as we have any winner here. What do I think would be the best case scenario for each Democratic candidate, knowing that they're great people? What do I think would be the best case scenario career-wise for each Democratic candidate, knowing that they're both great people? So, if Jasmine Crockett wins, I mean, look, I think it sucks that both of these people aren't going to be in elected office after this, because I believe that Jasmine Crockett won't be in the House in that she filed to run for the Senate, so they're mutually exclusive. So that's going to be it. If James Tallarico does get declared the winner here and moves on to the general election, then yeah, we're going to see a situation where Jasmine Crockett isn't in the House. I hope she runs for office again. If James Tallarico doesn't win and Jasmine Crockett advances to the general election, then same deal. I think that both of these people, it sucks that we're in a situation where we have two good candidates that I would love to see continue to represent their constituents. So career-wise, I mean, look, Texas is always a difficult state to win statewide. This is a good cycle to run. If we're in a cycle where it's not so favorable, do we want to waste some talent like Tallarico and Crockett running statewide in Texas where they can't win? Who knows? I mean, if it's a Republican favored year, it would be a shame to see, look, I'm a big fan of Beto O'Rourke. He ran in some difficult years. He also ran in some great years. I believe 2018 he ran for Senate against Ted Cruz, and in fact, his race was so successful that even though he didn't win, he came within a few percentage points. His coattails meant that a ton of down ballot Democratic candidates would win, and a ton of Democratic judges would win as well. So I think career-wise, we're lucky in Texas to have a deep bench, and I just want to keep seeing these people run. Even in difficult years, the coattails effect means that they will draw out people who otherwise wouldn't have been able to, win their races. They can help drag them over the finish line. So, I think that in these instances, I want to see them continue to keep running. It's just a shame that both of these people can't be in office at the same time. Still at 64% reporting. All right, some news out of Texas. let's go to the gubernatorial race on the Democratic side. We have, looks like Decision Desk hasn't called it, but other networks have called Gina Hinojosa as the nominee. So I presume, given the numbers that we're seeing right now, this is not going to be a difficult call. Yes, there are a lot of votes still outstanding, but given the numbers that we're seeing right now, this is kind of a no-brainer. It looks like there has one county right now that Gina Hinojosa has not won, and that is Roberts County, where, I shit you not, 3 votes have been cast. That cannot be right. 3 votes have been cast. What are you all doing out there in Texas? Y'all have counties with 3 people in them? What is going on? Please explain to me. Do we have any Roberts? I would ask if we have anybody from Roberts County in the house, but I'm assuming unless you're a third of the population, we don't. Hang on, I'm going to check the chat in just a moment, and I would love to see if we have anybody from Roberts County or who at the very least can explain what's happening in Roberts County. Okay. So I'm seeing Robert's wife, and Robert's kid. Roberts County has 800 people living in it. Man, 827. That is wild. Y'all have counties with 800 people. My high school graduating class had more than 800 people in it. $800 people, 797 are Republicans. So I'm being asked, how do I have more up-to-date information than MSN? I'm not sure what MSN is. I don't know if you mean MSN, the outlet MSN, or MSM, mainstream media. But in any case, I'm working in conjunction with Decision Desk HQ. So these are up-to-the-minute voting results from Decision Desk HQ, where we have these results here. So I am refreshing the vote share. So these are the actual numbers as they break. We're getting these numbers live as they break. James Tallarico, 52.5%. Jasmine Crockett, 46.3%. James Tallarico continues to lead Jasmine Crockett by just over 6 points. She's 6.1 points in the lead. Let's look at where the votes remaining are. This is unchanged, roughly unchanged from before. Still have 136,000 votes from Harris County, which is Houston area. Then we've got about 80,000 votes apiece out of Dallas and Travis. Dallas County is where Jasmine Crockett's from. Travis County, which is where Austin is where James represents. So in those two instances, it's a little bit of a wash, considering Travis's votes are going to break for James, Dallas's votes are going to break for Jasmine, and then Harris County's votes are breaking a little bit in Jasmine Crockett's favor, although not enough to overcome the roughly 100,000 vote margin that Tallarico is winning by right now. You can see the vote total is about 800,000 votes to 707,000 votes. So about, 93,000 vote lead by James Tallarico, with 65% of the vote reporting right now. Again, if you appreciate this live stream, appreciate the election night coverage, I'm going to try to cover as many of these elections, primary, general, whatever I can, as often as I can with this up-to-date information, and partner with Decision Desk. So for anybody who's watching right now, if you want to continue to stay on top of this type of coverage, the best way to do that is to subscribe to my channels. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, completely free. If you're watching on Twitch, go ahead and hit follow. No need to subscribe and pay money. I'm happy to bring all this content and not paywall any of it. I don't believe in that, so I appreciate I appreciate you just hitting the follow button. Same with Substack if you haven't yet subscribed, and same with Facebook if you haven't yet subscribed. That's the best way to support my work. No need to pay for anything. Just subscribing, watching my content, reading my newsletter is more than enough. Let's see if I can do this. If this is gonna work. Just doing some tech stuff in real time here, so let's see if this works. All right. Hopefully.
If it comes in and I'm losing Dallas County, then we know kind of where this thing is going. So that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why. So I want you to enjoy yourselves, but I won't be back tonight because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow. So I love y'all too. If it comes in and I'm losing Dallas County, then we know kind of where this thing is going. So that's my news.
Okay. So what you saw right there is Jasmine Crockett's announcement to her supporters saying we're not going to have results tonight, in my opinion. That is the result of some of the drama that we've seen out of Dallas County. For those who don't remember, a lower court judge in Dallas, because there were so many reports of voters who were going to the wrong voting location, and Texas purposely makes it difficult to find your voting location, because there was so many reports of voters in Dallas who didn't have their voting location. A lower court judge extended the deadline from, I believe, 7 p.m. till 9 p.m. Then Ken Paxton, who is the attorney general, intervened, went to the Texas Supreme Court, and the Texas Supreme Court temporarily blocked that decision from a lower court, meaning they had to segment out the votes from people who were not in line by 7 p.m. and in between 7 and 9 p.m. So they're going to segment those votes out. If you were in line before 7 p.m., you're good to go as far as the Texas Supreme Court is concerned. But everybody who went to vote between 7 and 9, after they got instructions from a judge saying that that deadline was extended, those votes are going to be kept separately. Now, obviously, that's going to impact Dallas, where the vote is falling in her favor. So let's take a look at what Dallas looks like right now. You can see, did I do this right? Let's go to a different screen. Let's go to Dallas specifically. Sorry, one sec. Let's go to Senate, primary, Democrat. Texas. We'll go to Dallas. All right. Now, Jasmine Crockett is from Dallas. Those votes are breaking in her favor, 61 to 38. And so she's saying because a judge wouldn't let those votes count from between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m., even though voters were having difficulty finding their polling places, that's going to impact her ability to win this race. I'm not sure of the math there. Much smarter people than I are going to be able to figure that out. But what they'll do is they'll figure out the whole number of voters who went to vote between 7 and 9 p.m., those like question mark voters. And if that number of voters is not, it doesn't exceed the vote total, like the total number of those voters doesn't exceed the vote total of James Tallarico over Jasmine Crockett. It's not Jasmine Crockett has made that announcement that she is, disappointed in these results and is claiming that there is, something of a conspiracy against her at the hands of these Republicans. Let's go back to the full map here. "65% reporting, still no official call from Decision Desk." In fact, I don't think we've got an official call from any of the networks. Wow, it looks like Chip Roy has lost his primary as well. Interesting. Chip Roy is always one of those holdouts. Very interesting. Congress is going to look different as we head toward 2027. Looks like Al Green is losing his primary as well to Christian Menifee in Texas's 18th congressional district. So a lot of movement tonight in Texas. Let's take a look at the poll on this channel. We've got almost 40,000 votes on my YouTube channel. Jasmine Crockett I asked who folks support. Jasmine Crockett taking 53% of the vote to James Tallarico's 47%. So a pretty even split here, although a little bit different than the vote share that we're seeing in Texas proper. So it goes to show that, how Texas differs a little bit. The Democratic base in Texas differs a little bit from a national audience. Let's take a look at where the votes remaining are right now. Still no movement from where we were before. So we are officially at the 2/3 mark. 2/3 of the vote in Texas has been counted. James Tallarico at an even 6% lead over Jasmine Crockett. As soon as we have an official call, I will make sure to bring it to you. Again, for those who are watching right now, if you'd like to support this live stream, support these election results, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. If you're watching on Twitch, just make sure to follow. And if you're watching on Facebook and Substack, also make sure to subscribe. It shouldn't cost you any money on any platform, but it's a great way to support my work. Greg Abbott has officially won the Republican primary for governor. So that was completely unsurprising. And I think we're still looking at Gina Hinojosa to be the winning candidate in the Democratic primary for governor as well. So let's take a quick look at that and see how that's looking. The Decision Desk hasn't called it, but we've got 2/3 of the vote reporting. Gina Hinojosa has almost 61% of the vote. The closest competitor is Chris Bell with 9% of the vote. Let's take a look. I'm not sure what that is. Some of the stuff on here is a little bit weird. Let's go back to this Democratic primary. 67% of the vote in, and the vote total remains the same. 6% lead for James Tallarico. We have no networks who have called this race yet. Still no concession from Jasmine Crockett, no race called from the networks. Again, let's go to this.
If it comes in and I'm losing Dallas County, then we know kind of where this thing is going. So that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why. So I want you to enjoy yourselves, but I won't be back tonight because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow. So I love y'all too. If it comes in and I'm losing Dallas County, then we know kind of where this thing is going.
So that's where we stand right now. Jasmine Crockett making that announcement. Doesn't look like there's a concession happening. It looks like she's pretty disappointed with what's happening in Dallas. So let's go back to this race here. James Tallarico, it looks like he is widening his lead another 1/10 of a point. So he is at 6.1% of a lead above Jasmine Crockett. For those who are black, the counties that are blacked out, it looks like they haven't counted any ballots yet. It's just tied. So the ballots, the counties are differentiated between blue and green. Jasmine Crockett's counties are green. James Tallarico's counties are blue. For those few counties where there's a tie vote, maybe because there's only a few ballots that have been counted or recorded, those are just black. So right now we're looking at Hudspeth County, and I mean these are just small counties. Lipscomb County and Dickens County all just have a few votes, and they're tied 17 votes apiece. Lipscomb County is 19 votes apiece that they're reporting, and Hudspeth County has 1 vote apiece. So those numbers will continue to fill out. All right, it looks like Jasmine Crockett is gaining a little, which I presume means that some votes from Harris County were counted. Either way, we are at 68% reporting. Still no decision from Decision Desk, which is my partner for this broadcast. I think we have some more sound here. Okay. Yep, still looks like we are at 60%. A few updates from Texas and around the country. Dan Crenshaw, Republican congressman, has lost the Republican primary, so he will be out of Congress next cycle. Same with Chip Roy. I believe he is losing or lost his primary as well. So 2 Republican congressmen from Texas looking to be ousted from their seats in deference to probably a more far-right candidate. Meanwhile, Gina Hinojosa will be the Democratic nominee for governor against Greg Abbott, the Republican nominee for governor. Over in North Carolina, Michael Whatley, who's the RNC chair, will be facing off against Roy Cooper for the U.S. Senate. Roy Cooper is a popular former governor in North Carolina. So those are a few of the updates we have right now. Also, the biggest update is that in the Republican primary for Senate in Texas, as you can see right here on this screen, can't see right here on the screen. Stand by. Let me just make sure that everything is updating. Here we go. John Cornyn and Ken Paxton are going to a runoff because neither one of them exceeded the 50% threshold that you need to be able to get declared the winner of the primary. So because Wesley Hunt was in there, serving as something of a spoiler, although, there's plenty of spoiler candidates. We have Sarah Kennedy and Anna Bender. All of these people prevented one candidate, and by the way, also their split popularity prevented one of these candidates from exceeding that 50% threshold. So that means that both John Cornyn and Ken Paxton are going to go to a 3-month runoff, which means these guys are going to be at each other's throats for the next 90 days, driving their unfavorables up and their favorability down as they get in the mud to make one person more electable than the other, and they're pretty damn close. And they're going to spend a boatload of money doing it, fighting against each other. So they're going to burn more cash. I believe $100 million has already been spent in Texas. I believe that this is the most expensive Senate primary in American history, and it's only going to get more expensive. If I'm not mistaken, $100 million has been spent in Texas. And if they're spending that kind of money in Texas, which is like Republican country, imagine what the rest of the map is going to look like. Imagine what it's going to look like in Iowa, where Democrats have a real shot at winning the Senate. Imagine what it's going to look like in Alaska, where Democrats have a shot. Imagine what it's going to look like in Ohio and Maine and North Carolina. If they are this worried that they've spent $100 million in Texas, and that number is only going to go up over the next 3 months, then imagine what the rest of the map is going to look like as we go deeper and deeper into this cycle. Let's go back to the Democratic primary now and see how that is looking. Still 68%. James Tallarico leading by about 6 points. Still no official call from Decision Desk or any of the networks. All right, I believe we have some sound here. From John Cornyn, who is going to a runoff. So here is John Cornyn.
Democrats since 1994. But all of that is at risk in this election.
He has been a fixture in Texas politics for decades and had aspired to lead Republicans in the Senate. But now John Cornyn could see his career come to an abrupt end as he confronts a MAGA base hungry for change. and is engaged in a mudslinging three-way primary that could cost him the seat he's held since 2002.
All right. So I think this is the report from CNN prior to the actual election. So no need to watch that again. But I'll keep looking for any new sound that we have from any of these candidates who are speaking this evening. This is weird. There we go. All right. Again, for those who are tuning in as we wait for an official call in this race, if you've not yet had the opportunity to subscribe to this channel, if you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, or Substack, please go ahead and subscribe, completely free. If you're watching on Twitch, hit the follow button, again, completely free. I don't believe in paywalling any of my content, so I'm not going to, but just subscribing or following is a great way to support my work. In the meantime, while we wait for some updates here, if you have any questions that you want to throw my way, you can go ahead and do that, and I will do my best to answer them. Just make sure to tag my name when you type. Okay, so I'm getting asked a lot about the Dallas lawsuit. So here's what happened in Dallas. A lot of voters were coming forward in the Democratic primary saying that they were going to the wrong voting location. Now, this is by design. Texas makes the voting process extraordinarily difficult by design. So, of course, a lot of voters didn't know where to go. They were getting turned away. So a judge in Dallas County said that we're going to extend the voting deadline, I believe from 7 p.m., if I'm not mistaken, until 9 p.m. So now voters have a 2-hour extension where they can vote. Attorney General Ken Paxton, who also incidentally is running for Senate, went to the Texas State Supreme Court to invalidate that move. The Texas State Supreme Court agreed to temporarily block that move. So right now, they are sequestering the votes that took place between 7 and 9 p.m. Those are the votes that are in question right now. It remains to be seen through this litigation whether those votes are counted or not. That is why Jasmine Crockett was so disappointed, because this targeted Dallas County. So she was suggesting that it was done as a way to target her specifically. But now that litigation has to move forward. The only way it wouldn't matter is if you have a bucket of voters in Dallas who voted between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. Let's just do round number math here. Let's say there are 100 voters who are voters in question. Big question mark whether they're going to be counted. Let's say James Tallarico's margin of victory over Jasmine Crockett is 150 voters. Well, then even if Jasmine Crockett got the full 100 voters from Dallas, it wouldn't matter because James Tallarico's margin is already exceeds the number of votes in question. So what we're waiting to see now is what the margin that James Tallarico is leading by after these votes in question are ultimately counted. We might get to a point where it's moot. So that's what we're waiting to see, and that's why we're continuing to follow these votes. 66% of the votes are counted right now, and 66% of the votes are counted right now. James Tallarico still has a 4.3% lead. So she's chipping away at his lead, which means that I'm assuming we got votes either counted from Harris County or Dallas. Let's see. Nope, doesn't look like Harris or Dallas had votes counted. So I guess we're just getting more results from the rest of the state. But in any case, that is chipping away at James Tallarico's lead. She's narrowing that margin. I still don't know if she's going to have enough juice to overcome the lead that he's built up. But, as we saw, the votes remaining are in Harris County, which is going, I believe, roughly 60-40 in her favor. Let's go take a look at Harris County and see how those votes are falling. 53-45. So she's got an 8-point margin that she's beating James Tallarico by. There's still a lot of votes left to be counted, a little over 100,000. So we can expect that she will, if we have 100,000 votes, that she's going to net, a little over 10,000 votes there. Still not enough to overcome the margin that he's built up right now. So, anyway, a lot of votes left to be counted, but these are the results as of right now. Let's go full statewide. In Texas, you can see 67% of the vote is in right now. Tallarico continues to lead Jasmine Crockett 51-47. Let's see if we have any results here. I'm sorry, any sound here from either Tallarico, Crockett, Cornyn, or Paxton. Ash. Not seeing any sound from Tallarico, Crockett, Cornyn, or Paxton right now. I think everyone's just quietly waiting to see what the numbers are actually showing. The last sound that we had was from Jasmine Crockett. I can play that again. Let's see if we still have that sound. I believe we do. Let's go here.
If it comes in and I'm losing Dallas County, then we know kind of where this thing is going. So that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why. So I want you to enjoy yourselves, but I won't be back tonight because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow. So I love y'all too.
So that's the situation right now in Texas. That is the only sound that we have from any elected official right now. Jasmine Crockett basically coming out and saying that she doesn't anticipate there will be a result tonight. I had someone very kindly ask me to look at Randall County. So let's go to Randall County and see what we can see. Real quick, I gotta just refresh this page. Let's go to Senate, Texas. Hang on. Here we go. Okay, let's look at Randall County, since I was asked very nicely. Randall County is breaking. It's just about all reported. 99% reporting, no votes remaining. 66% James Tallarico, 33% Jasmine Crockett. So that's the situation right now. Let's go statewide in Texas and see what the map is looking like here. We are at 67% reporting. And still no official call from any of the networks. Although I should note that we did get a call from Dave Wasserman calling it for James Tallarico. I have not seen Dave Wasserman get one of these race calls wrong, so it's a pretty notable call here. With that said, we still have not gotten the official call from Decision Desk HQ, which is the partner for this broadcast, or any of the networks. I'm being asked to check out Williamson County as well. And I don't think we have any vote totals. Nothing reporting yet from Williamson County, which I presume, given the fact that it is, if I'm not mistaken, are we looking at Williamson as a suburb of... Is that a suburb of Austin? Yep, it is. So I presume that's going to break pretty heavily in Tallarico's favor, considering Austin itself is breaking 76-23 in Tallarico's favor. Travis County, of course, is where Tallarico represents right now. So let's go full statewide. Still 68% reporting. Nearly 1 million votes remaining. 766,000 votes remaining. So quite a bit of votes to be counted. For those who are wondering why the map has blacked out, this is El Paso's not blacked out. El Paso is actually 60% reporting, and it's breaking in James Tallarico's favor, 62-39. 62-35. But the next county over, Hudspeth County, only has one vote reporting for each candidate. So when they're tied, we see a blacked out county. So there's 3 counties on this map that are blacked out. That just means there's a tie vote total right now. But that will go away once we have full reporting from these counties. Some of these counties are extraordinarily slow, considering the fact that, a lot of these polls have been closed for hours, and we're still waiting for some official tally here. I want to ask again for those who are watching, if you'd like to support this stream, and I'll stay with you until we have an answer tonight. If you'd like to support this stream, the best way to do that is to subscribe to this channel, completely free. Great way to support me, great way to support independent media, and this way you can stay on top of races like this, live streams like this, interviews, and breaking news. All right, we have some interesting totals here that I want to throw onto the screen. So you can see here, these are from big majority Latino counties. Let's see. I'm going to give you a better view of this stuff. From Adam Carlson. He does excellent work. Look at some of these numbers that we're seeing from these majority Latino counties. Hidalgo County in the Rio Grande Valley has Tallarico plus 36 points. Webb County, that's Webb County, Tallarico is winning by a 34-point margin. Cameron County, 29-point margin. El Paso winning by a 26-point margin. Nueces, Tallarico is winning by a 28-point margin. Bexar County, Tallarico is by a 15-point margin. So that is what's putting Tallarico over the finish line here. He came into this race, both of these candidates came into this race, whether we're talking Tallarico or Jasmine Crockett, with their bases of support. Jasmine Crockett had a strong base of support among the black community. Tallarico had a strong base of support among the white community. And so the big question mark here was, where do the independent voters Latino voters fall. And this is the story of the evening. It's that in these big majority Latino counties, whether we're talking about, the Rio Grande Valley, whether we're talking about Corpus Christi, which is Nueces County, those places are falling heavily in Tallarico's favor, roughly 2/3, 2-1 in Tallarico's favor. And so that is why we're seeing the results that we're seeing right now, these statewide results, where Tallarico is still holding on to a 4-point statewide lead. So just thought it was some interesting analysis here, and wanted to bring that up. All right, looks like we had a little bit of a jump here for Tallarico again, as we've got 1 more % of the state reporting. It looks like Tallarico has widened his lead about a little over 5 points over Jasmine Crockett. Let's see where the votes remaining are. Votes remaining. Oh, it looks like maybe we got a big batch of votes from Austin, which might be why. So let's check out what Austin's vote total looks like. Oh, yeah. 76% of the vote reporting, breaking in Tallarico's favor by 76%. So this is James Tallarico's home county. We had a batch of votes that must have been reported out of Travis County because prior to this, we had about 30,000 votes reported in Travis, because just before this we had about 80,000 votes remaining. Now we've got 51,000 votes remaining. So these votes are getting counted. It's a slow, it's a little bit of a slog here, but these votes are getting counted, and we still have no official call from Decision Desk or any of the networks. Some reporting here as we now look at the Republican side, where both Ken Paxton and John Cornyn advance to a runoff. Cornyn calls Paxton a flawed, self-centered, and shameless candidate. He promises runoff voters will learn more about Paxton's, quote, indefensible personal behavior and failures in office. Quote, Judgment Day is coming for Ken Paxton. What does that tell us? What can we extrapolate from that statement? The next 3 months are going to be home to a bruising and expensive primary runoff between John Cornyn and Ken Paxton on the Republican side. That means more money is going to be spent on these Republicans when they should be spending money going after the winner of Tallarico and Crockett's primary, but instead they won't. They'll go after each other. They will burn more cash in a primary that's already cost $100 million and promises to be even more expensive as this process moves forward. What happens to Crockett's seat in the House if James wins? So she didn't run for that seat because they're mutually exclusive. So she ran for the Senate. So I believe that her seat will be taken by somebody else. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, her district was eliminated. She was drawn out. Yeah, she was drawn out of her seat. She represented, if I'm not mistaken, Texas's 30th, and she was moved into the 33rd. So she chose not to run for re-election to the House. She chose to run for the Senate, and there will be a new configuration for Texas's 30th congressional district under a new map, and those maps were upheld in court. All right, it looks like we are at 69% reporting. James Tallarico up 5.3%, so it seems like he is widening his lead. In terms of where the votes remaining are, we're looking at Harris County, where Jasmine Crockett has roughly an 8-point lead. Dallas County, where I believe she is winning those votes 60-40. We'll check in a moment. Tarrant and Williamson. Tarrant County, we'll check in a moment. Williamson is a suburb of Austin, so I believe when those votes are counted, those will break in James Tallarico's favor. So let's take a look at some of these places. As I mentioned, Harris County is where the majority of the votes are remaining. Those are breaking about 8 points in her favor. Dallas County, let's see what those are looking like right now. Those are breaking, as I thought, about 22 points in her favor. So the outstanding votes favor Jasmine Crockett. Going back to that list, let's see where we should expect votes. Tarrant County, let's see what the breakdown looks like in Tarrant County here. Tarrant County also favors Jasmine Crockett. About 70,000 votes remaining there, and she's winning those votes by about 12 points. And then, as I mentioned, Williamson County is the last one, but we don't have any votes yet from Williamson County. Those will more likely than not favor James Tallarico, because that is a suburb of Travis County, which is Austin, where James Tallarico represents, and those votes favor him 76-23, so a pretty sizable margin there. It's like 51 points in Tallarico's favor. So the reason that we're not seeing this race called by the networks yet is because Harris County, Dallas County, and Tarrant County all favor Jasmine Crockett. So the outstanding ballots here are favorable for her, and those are the slowest to report. And we are going to sit here and wait until we get some results here. I'm being asked what I mean by mutually exclusive. I mean that you can't run for both the House and the Senate at the same time. So when Jasmine Crockett was drawn out of her district, she decided not to run for the House, but to run for the Senate, and you can't run for both. So they're mutually exclusive. I don't know how many votes were cast between 7 and 9 p.m., which make up those uncertain ballots, those question mark ballots in Dallas County. Those are going to be the subject of legal challenges now that a judge has said that there is a 2-hour extension, and then the Texas Supreme Court invalidated that lower court's ruling or temporarily blocked that lower court's ruling. So some legal battles, legal challenges to play out in the state of Texas. All right, we are going on about 3 hours almost for this live stream. Again, if you are not yet subscribed, please check if you are subscribed to this channel. If you're not, It doesn't cost you anything to subscribe, but it's a great way to support my work, great way to support independent media. So if you're not yet subscribed, please go ahead and hit the subscribe button. If you're watching on Twitch, no need to subscribe. You can just follow so that you don't have to pay anything. I don't really want anybody paying for content. All right, let's put on the screen right here remarks from Jasmine Crockett. I believe we have some remarks here. Here we go.
Oh, Dallas! How y'all feeling? So I just want to be clear. There's a lot that took place specifically in Dallas County. I'm sure you've been watching the returns, and none of the returns out of Dallas County are quite in yet. Dallas County should have the second largest voter participation of any county in this state. We don't have any of the results because there was a lot of confusion today. And so, our Democratic Party chair, Cardall Coleman, he beat me to the punch, as myself and Colin Allred we're about to file a lawsuit to keep the voting polls open. We were able to keep the polls open, but I can tell you now that people have been disenfranchised. The reason that we knew that there were problems is because we were receiving the phone calls and the emails. The polls were supposed to stay open until 9, according to a court order. The Supreme Court, just a few minutes ago, just said, shut it down. The Supreme Court also said that they are to separate any votes out that came in after 7 p.m. So here's the deal. I have no idea how it is that clerks are going to know who was in line by what time, because the rule is that if you're in line by 7, then you get to vote. And so once there was a court order saying you had until 9, I'm sure that there were people that joined the line after 7. They now are telling them that you have to separate the votes out. What this means is that we will not know what votes are to be tallied from Election Day out of Dallas County. For sure, we won't know that tonight. So knowing that Dallas County is a big dump of votes, we, in my opinion, will not know the election results overall tonight. We need to see the Dallas County votes to see where they are. I mean, if the early vote comes in, which we may have the early vote soon, if it comes in and I'm losing Dallas County, then we know kind of where this thing is going. So so that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why. So I want you to enjoy yourselves, but I won't be back tonight because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow. So I love y'all too. Thank you so very much for being here. Love you down. I love you down, Dallas.
So that is where that stands right now. That is the only statement I think that we have thus far from any candidate in the Democratic side. As far as I know, we do not have any update from James Tallarico. But we do have 70% of the vote reporting, and it looks like about 5.2% lead for Tallarico. The votes remain in 3 counties that overwhelmingly favor Crockett, and then Williamson County, which I presume will favor Tallarico. But we'll go back to the live results here. Oh, we do have some remarks. Here we go. From Ken Paxton on the Republican side. So let's see what Ken Paxton had to say. You know what we'll do? I can go full screen on these, which will give me a chance to go get some water, because it has been 3 hours of staring at numbers on this screen. So let's go. Do we have... Nope, that's not it. Okay, let's see what Ken Paxton has to say.
Well, you know, John Cornyn said he was concerned about a bunch of radicals who were going to show up to vote today. It looks like you all showed up. I want to start by thanking my kids, my grandchildren for their constant love and support. I think I speak for every parent and grandparent in this room when I say this. Our children and their future are what we are fighting for every single day. For us, this is about saving America for the next generation. I want to take a moment to thank you all and every supporter across the state who has taken the time to volunteer, to vote, to get involved in this critical fight. And thank you to the Paxton Patriots for dedicating your time and your resources to support this effort and help us get our message out all across Texas.
Yeah, baby!
Together with your support, we just sent a message loud and clear to Washington. We are not going to go quietly, and we are not going to let you buy the seat. No way. I want to tell you the last time I felt this kind of energy in one room, I was actually at Mar-a-Lago when President Trump announced he was running again in 2024. I don't know if you...
Let me do this. Let me see if I can get full screen on this.
Remember, but it was right after the midterms and everyone was turning on the president. The establishment, the media, and most Republican elected officials in America were lining up against him. Not me. I was proud to fly to Mar-a-Lago and be one of the only elected officials in America, along with my good friend Congressman Troy Nehls, who stood with the president the night he announced his campaign. Troy and I, along with everyone else there, knew something special was happening that night. And we were
Hang
right.
on. Hold on.
Right now, I feel that same momentum, the same sense that history is turning. Now let's talk about what happened.
That was my fault. Sorry, everybody.
What just happened. John Cornyn spent around $100 million trying to buy this seat. Yeah, baby. We spent around $5 million. It was confirmed today that he received the most ad support for an incumbent in a single primary in U.S. history. Wow. But we proved something they'll never understand in Washington. Texas is not for sale. As votes continue to be counted, it looks like we're headed to a runoff, and that's because of you. The people of Texas made your voices heard. After all the personal attacks, which there were many, and after all the lies, you listened to what John Cornyn was selling, and you weren't buying it. Yeah. Nearly 60% of Texas voters who have known Cornyn for over 40 years, after hearing $100 million worth of ads, chose to vote against the incumbent. That's historic. Yes. Tonight, change was on the ballot and change won. Texans want new leadership. They want someone with a proven record of fighting and winning for them. And that's exactly what I'm going to deliver. Because for too long, John Cornyn has turned his back on us. For too long, he attacked the border wall by calling it naive and pushed amnesty while our country was being invaded. For too long, he stabbed our president in the back by trying to derail his presidential campaigns and supporting the Democrats' lawfare against the president. And for too long, he sold us out to Democrats, even siding with Joe Biden to push the worst gun control bill in decades. Those days are coming to an end. And now, as we head into this runoff, we're going to make the choice even clearer. While John Cornyn was cutting deals on gun control and amnesty, I was suing corrupt Joe Biden over 107 times. 107 times. And we didn't just file lawsuits, we won massive victories for our freedoms, for our border security, and for our Constitution. That's the contrast. When he compromised, we fought. It's not about personal attacks, it's about what your record of delivering for the people of Texas is. And on that front, John Cornyn has failed us time and time again. I've traveled the state asking one simple question. I've done this since day one, every group I've been in front of. In his over 40 years of office, you cannot name one single accomplishment that he's done to help the state of Texas. 40 years. And without fail, everywhere I go, no one has an answer. No one can name that accomplishment. The people of Texas deserve better. That's the message we're taking into the runoff. I think you all might remember the last time a U.S. Senate race went to a runoff in Texas. It was 2012. A political outsider, not well known at the time, by the name of Ted Cruz, took on the establishment giant. No one said he could do it. And after getting second place in the initial primary, patriotic Texans showed up in the runoff. And you know what happened? Some smart people in the audience. Ted Cruz performed over 22 points better and won the runoff in a resounding victory. The same thing is going to happen here. I've been in 2 statewide runoffs as Attorney General, and I've never won by less than 30 points. and I don't plan on starting now. The victory we're going to secure in this runoff will be even sweeter than the last ones. Now, John Cornyn is going to try to steal the election with another 100 million going into this Senate race. But here's what we proved tonight. While the money may be on his side, the people are on our side. Yes, and in Texas, the people always win. As we reflect on this election, I want to take a moment to thank Wesley Hunt for being in this race. Wesley served our country honorably in uniform. And I have no doubt he ran because he loves Texas and he wanted to continue serving our state. And let me say this to everyone who voted. Whether you voted for me, for Wesley, or even John, I'm going to fight to earn your support. Whether you were my strongest ally or you donated to fund the attacks against me, I want you to know that I'm going to fight every day to earn your support, because this is going to be the #1 Senate race in America targeted by the Democrats. We cannot let them take it. Our party is a big tent. We don't agree on everything, but we agree on the most important thing. We must defeat the Democrats in November. I want you on this team because this campaign is bigger than one person. It's about the future of Texas and the future of our great country, America. As Attorney General, I've won 3 elections, and I've won those general elections because I've focused on uniting our party. We still have an important runoff ahead, no doubt, but I think everyone in this room, everyone in Texas, and everyone in Washington knows where this is headed. I will be the Republican nominee, and we must stay focused. Because the Democrats have never been more radical, they've never been more unhinged. We've got James Tallarico, a far-left radical who wants to abolish ICE, says God is non-binary, I'm not even sure I know what that means, and thinks Christians are commanded to put boys in girls' sports. He will do nothing more than be a puppet for Chuck Schumer and the National Democrats. That's what we're up against. So we must stay focused, we must stay united, and we must be ready to send a second conservative senator to Washington. Ted Cruz has been a champion for Texas. He's recommended strong judges and defended our freedoms. He's fought for us every single day in the Senate. And I think it's time we send him and President Trump some reinforcements. And I'm running to do just that. I want to help confirm strong constitutional conservative judges who will defend our rights, not undermine them. I want to help make America healthy again by taking on big food and big pharma, just like I've done as Attorney General. I want to lower costs for you and your family by cutting fraud and the wasteful spending that's driving inflation. I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with our brave men and women in uniform at this critical moment in our nation's history. I want to go to the Senate to fight for you every single day. So let's finish this, Texas. We have 3 months to push forward, to grow this movement, to bring more people into this campaign before we get to the general election. Please, knock on doors, make the calls, help your neighbors, your friends, your coworkers, get involved in the movement to take this seat back from the swamp and return it to the people of Texas. This is our moment. And I cannot thank you enough for your prayers, for your hard work, for your vote, and for your belief in me.
All right, that's enough. I can't listen to this guy anymore. We also have a statement from John Cornyn, which I'll play a little bit of.
Well, good evening, everyone. The statewide early results are in, and we did very well, as expected, and we were on to the runoff. I want to start by thanking my family, without whose support and love I could not do what I get an opportunity to do, representing 32 million Texans in the United States Senate. I want to thank everybody who voted for me, and the way I view it, it's an indication of their trust in the service that I've provided to this great state for many years now. To Congressman Wesley Hunt and his family, You ran a spirited race, and you have a bright future, and I wish you well. We now head into a 12-week primary runoff. Elections are about choices, and the choice in the Republican race for the U.S. Senate is crystal clear. I've worked for decades to build the Republican Party, both here in Texas and nationally. I refuse to allow a flawed, self-centered, and shameless candidate like Ken Paxton risk everything we've worked so hard to build over these many years. There is simply too much at stake in this midterm election for our state and for our country. The final 2 years of President Trump's agenda hangs in the balance. I'm proud to have supported President Trump and worked with him to help him achieve his goals in the Congress. If he's nominated, there's a high risk that Paxton would lose this Senate seat, taking 5 congressional seats down with him. And you don't have to take my word for it. In public polling in the last few months, U.S. Senate nominees are either tied with or beating Paxton if he were the nominee.
Huh.
Ken
Interesting.
Paxton as the nominee would be a dead weight at the top of the ticket for Republicans running all across this great state. Over the next 12 weeks, Texas Republican primary voters will hear more about my record of delivering conservative victories in the United States Senate and learn more about Ken's indefensible personal behavior and failures in office. Just like the primary, we have a plan to win the runoff, and we are in the process of executing it. Judgment Day is coming for Ken Paxton. Thank you all. May God bless Texas, and may God continue to bless in the United States of America.
He does take some questions here, but I think we can leave it. I think we've listened to enough Republican candidates for office right now. So, in any case, let's go back to these results. I believe we have some new results here. Are they refreshing? No, hang on. Let me just refresh these. Stand by. All right. 73% reporting right now. James Tallarico's lead extends to 6.4%. If you look at where the votes remaining are, Harris is the same, Dallas is the same, Tarrant is the same. Oh, looks like we had a big vote recording from Williamson County, which means that's why James Tallarico got such a bump there, because Williamson County, which I believe is right here, yep, they reported 73% of their votes, went from 0 to 73%. They are breaking 72% to 27% in Tallarico's favor. So that is expected because it's a suburb of Austin, just alongside Travis County, which is where Austin is, and breaking heavily in Tallarico's favor, which is why he got a little bump in that reporting there. Now, the fourth county that we're waiting on results for, aside from the Crockett-favored Harris, Dallas, and Tarrant, is Travis County, which, as I mentioned before, is where Tallarico represents. Those votes are skewing heavily in his favor. Still 51,000 votes remain, but they're skewing over 50% in his favor. I'm sorry, over a 50-point margin in his favor. I think it's like 52%. So that's where the votes remaining are. Let's take a look at Texas. There we go. Again, Harris County, Dallas County, and Tarrant County all skew in favor of Jasmine Crockett, which is probably why we haven't gotten a race call thus far. But we do have 73% reporting, and James Tallarico has been holding on to this lead the entire night. From a electoral perspective, I would rather be Tallarico right now than Jasmine Crockett. One of the reasons why is because he has been overperforming among Latinos in the state. So if we look at, let's see, some of these Rio Grande, South Texas border counties, you can see that James Tallarico is overperforming in virtually all of them, except Kennedy County. But Tallarico seems to really be performing well in South Texas and Rio Grande Valley. Webb County, I mean, yeah. This one's very instructive. Nueces County, which is where Corpus Christi is. Tallarico at 62% almost compared to Jasmine Crockett's 37%. Corpus Christi, heavily Latino population, and again, overperforming in this area. So from an electoral perspective, I would rather be Tallarico tonight than Jasmine Crockett, but still no race called. And we still wait for these votes to be counted. Another percent reporting, 74%. So we've got almost 3/4 of the state reporting right now. Again, I'm going to ask for those who are watching, if you'd like to support this live stream, if you'd like to support my work, and I also do interviews, breaking news videos. The best way to do that is to subscribe if you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, or Substack. If you're watching on Twitch, just follow. There's no need to pay for any subscriptions, but just subscribing or following is the best way to support my work. Watching the videos, that's all I ask. So head over to the subscribe or follow button right here on the screen and make sure to hit that button so that you can stay on top of other live streams, other election results as soon as they come in. We've been going for over 3 hours tonight, and hopefully we get some answer here in terms of a result this evening. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go full for a little bit on the results page. So I will come back shortly, but just going to take a quick break and go full screen on these results so I can get up for a moment. All right, so Okay. Thanks everybody for giving me a beat here to catch my breath. James Tallarico is speaking right now in Texas. This speech is not being streamed, so what I'm gonna do is try and just get some clips from Twitter as they come across. So here we go. Let's get this going here. Where is this? Nope, recent. Here we go.
Thank y'all so much. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for staying up. Thank you. Tonight, our campaign is shocking the nation. We are still waiting for an official call, but we are confident that we've built together. Every vote must be counted. Every voice must be heard. The voter suppression. Thank y'all so much.
All right. So again, like I'm gonna try to get as many clips as I can. It's gonna be a little bit sporadic because they're not streaming it.
To win an election, we are trying to fundamentally change our politics, and it's working. The number of young people who showed up to vote in this election is unprecedented. The number of Texans who have never voted before but showed up in this election is unprecedented. The number of independents and Republicans who voted in this Democratic primary is unprecedented. This is proof that there is something happening in Texas. Tonight, the people of our state gave this country a little bit of hope. And a little bit of hope is a dangerous thing. I want to thank y'all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being in this fight. God bless y'all. Thank you.
You just heard.
So that's apparently it was a very short speech by James Tallarico. Let me go. Very short speech by James Tallarico. Let's give a final update here in terms of the numbers in this race. Tallarico certainly has a major advantage with over 100,000, maybe roughly 120,000 votes over Jasmine Crockett. Race still hasn't been called, but it has been by Decision Desk or any of the networks, but it has been called by Dave Wasserman, who I have not seen be wrong. So we're gonna call the live stream here, unless you'd like me to just leave the votes up on the screen, which I'm perfectly happy to do. And these are live votes from Decision Desk, and I'm happy to leave those on the screen if you'd like me to leave the broadcast going. But I presume that James Tallarico did not declare victory here, so I presume that, we will just allow this process to play itself out, and once there is a definitive call, then we'll talk about it further. So let me know what you'd like me to do, whether you want me to leave these votes on the screen while I call it, so that I can have some time after a 4.5 hour live stream here to work on some other things. And I'm okay. So it looks like some folks are asking me to leave it up, so I'm happy to leave this up. So I'll go ahead and do that. Thank you for tuning in. For those who are still watching 4.5 hours in, I feel like these are the ride or dies. But if you haven't yet subscribed to this channel, which I presume most of you have, if you haven't yet subscribed to my YouTube, Facebook, Substack or Twitch, depending on where you're watching. That's the best way to support my work, completely free. But again, a great way to support me and independent media. So please go ahead and hit those follow or subscribe buttons. I'll leave the vote totals on the screen. Those will update. They are accurate, thanks to Decision Desk, and we'll watch this thing play out until we have a final answer. So again, thank you for tuning in, and we will go check out these results as they continue to come in. So thanks, everybody. All right. Wanted to come back. It is late. I know there's a few people with me right now. This race has been called. It is a done deal. James Tallarico has won the Democratic Senate primary in Texas. So that is some great news for those who voted for James Tallarico. It is a tough break for those who voted for Jasmine Crockett. It was unfortunate that we have two Democratic candidates, both of whom were very strong and widely liked in this primary. So now comes the point where our job is to come together and obviously take on an increasingly unpopular Republican Party as we head toward midterms here. So wanted to come on as soon as we had this news. This race has been called by Decision Desk. James Tallarico is the winner here, and now we move forward and start the work of trying to flip Texas as we head toward 2026. So I appreciate those of you who've stuck around. This was a long night, and you know, work begins tomorrow morning. So thanks for everybody for sticking around. Thanks to those for taking an interest in the Senate primary here, and more to come tomorrow. All right. Thanks, everybody.